Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. There was always a rhythm to the bells. They marked the hour with a kind of unyielding certainty. For years, in the quiet moments just before dawn, the chimes would ring out, 5 distinct notes echoing into the crisp morning air. It was a small comfort, a promise of constancy in an ever-changing world. But last Monday, the 5th bell faltered, its sound barely a whisper. By Thursday, it had stopped altogether. The silence felt heavier than it should have, as though the air itself was waiting for something to happen. This morning the air is still, thick with an expectation I can't quite place. I stand at my kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands, watching the tower across the courtyard. The morning light catches the weathered stone in a way that makes the shadows seem deeper than usual. I've been staring at that same view for 3 years now, ever since I moved into this apartment after the incident at the old place. The routine had become sacred to me. Wake at 5:15, coffee by 5:20, bells at 5:30, order from chaos. The tower keeper disappeared 6 days ago. That's what I tell myself anyway. That's the version that makes sense. He was an older man, maybe 65, with calloused hands that spoke of decades working with metal and stone. I'd see him sometimes in the early mornings, a figure moving purposefully up the narrow stairs that wound around the tower's exterior. He'd nod if our eyes met across the courtyard, a brief acknowledgement between two people who understood the importance of routine. The police came on Tuesday. I watched from this same window as they climbed those stairs, their voices carrying across the still air. They found his tools scattered on the platform, his coat folded neatly on the stone ledge. No signs of struggle, they said later. No note, just an empty space where a man used to be. I told them what I knew, which wasn't much. He arrived every morning around 5:45. He worked methodically, checking the mechanisms, oiling the gears. He was reliable, predictable, the kind of man who doesn't just vanish. But even as I spoke to the officers, something felt wrong about my own words. They sounded rehearsed, like lines I'd practiced without realizing it. The first contradiction came that afternoon. I was sorting through mail when I found a receipt in my jacket pocket, coffee and a pastry from the shop near the tower. The date stamp showed Tuesday morning, but I remembered being home Tuesday morning, watching the police. I must have gone out later and forgotten. Memory plays tricks when you're stressed. Then there was the matter of the key. I found it Wednesday evening, tucked behind the sugar bowl on my kitchen counter. Brass, worn smooth by countless hands, with the kind of weight that speaks of serious locks. I stared at it for a long time, trying to remember where it might have come from. Had I always had it? The metal felt familiar against my palm, like something I'd held many times before. That night I dreamed of climbing stairs. Stone steps, narrow and steep, spiraling upward into darkness. My legs ached with the effort, but I kept climbing, driven by some urgent need I couldn't name. The smell of machine oil filled my nostrils, mixed with something else, something organic and unsettling. I woke with the taste of metal in my mouth. The second version of events doesn't announce itself all at once. It seeps in through the cracks of the first, like water finding its way through stone. It whispers that maybe I knew the tower keeper better than I admitted. Maybe our relationship wasn't limited to polite nods across a courtyard. In this other version, I remember conversations, his voice, gravelly from years of shouting over the bells, telling me about the mechanisms, how the weights had to be perfectly balanced, how the timing was everything, how one small disruption could throw the whole system into chaos. People don't understand, he might have said, how delicate it all is, how easily it can break. But did he actually say that, or am I constructing memories from fragments of dreams and half-formed thoughts? I find myself standing at the window more often now, studying the tower. The morning light reveals details I never noticed before: scorch marks on the stone, patches where the mortar has been recently repaired. There's a window about halfway up that I could swear used to have glass in it. Now it's just an empty frame, dark as a missing tooth. The brass key seems to grow heavier in my pocket. Yesterday I walked to the tower. I told myself I was just curious, that I wanted to see if the police had missed anything. The door at the base was locked, wrapped in yellow tape that fluttered in the breeze like prayer flags. But as I stood there, my hand moved to my pocket without conscious thought, fingers closing around the key. It would fit, I knew it would fit, though I couldn't explain how I knew. I didn't try it, instead I walked away, my heart hammering against my ribs. But the knowledge stayed with me solid and certain as the weight of brass in my palm. The smell hit me when I got home, machine oil and something else, something I still can't name. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin. I showered twice, but it lingered like a memory made manifest. That night brought more dreams, not climbing this time, but standing on the platform at the top of the tower. The bells hung silent around me, massive shapes in the darkness. Below, the courtyard spread out like a map of my life, my apartment window glowing warm and yellow, the path I walked to work, the bench where I sometimes sat with my evening coffee. In the dream, I wasn't alone. The tower keeper stood beside me, but his face kept shifting, becoming unclear whenever I tried to focus on it. We were discussing something important, our voices urgent but muffled, as if we were speaking underwater. He was showing me something, a mechanism, maybe, or a problem that needed solving. "It has to look right," one of us said. "People have to believe." I woke with my hands cramped, as if I'd been gripping something tightly for hours. The two versions of events are bleeding into each other now, creating a narrative I can't quite trust. In one, I'm a concerned neighbor who witnessed a tragedy from a distance. In the other, I'm something else entirely, a participant, maybe, or an accomplice to circumstances I can't fully remember. The key is definitely mine. I know this now, though I can't say how I acquired it. When I hold it up to the light, I can see tiny scratches on the metal where patterns that speak of frequent use. My fingers know its shape, the way the teeth catch against my thumb, the slight bend in the shaft that makes it unique. I've started waking up tired, as if I've been walking in my sleep. My shoes are dusty in the mornings, with grit between the treads that looks like it came from stone steps. Sometimes I find traces of oil under my fingernails, dark crescents that smell of machinery and time. The police haven't been back. The case, I assume, has gone cold. A man vanished, leaving behind only questions and a broken bell. These things happen. People disappear. Life goes on. But the silence from the tower grows heavier each day. This morning I made a decision. I'm going to use the key. I need to know what's behind that door, what truth is waiting in the darkness of those stone steps. Maybe I'll find answers. Maybe I'll find the tower keeper, alive and well, with a perfectly reasonable explanation for everything. Or maybe I'll find something else entirely. As I write this, the key sits on my kitchen table, catching the afternoon light. In a few hours, when darkness falls and the courtyard empties, I'll walk across that familiar space and put brass to lock. I'll climb those stairs I've dreamed about, breathe that oil-scented air, stand among the silent bells. What I'll discover there I can't say. Whether I'll find resolution or only deeper mystery, whether I'll emerge with answers or become another question mark in someone else's story, these things remain to be seen. The only certainty is the weight of the key in my hand and the knowledge that some doors once opened can never be closed again. The bells remain silent, the air remains thick with waiting. And somewhere between what I remember and what I've forgotten, the truth continues to shift like shadows on stone, always just beyond the reach of understanding. Equals. Story 2. The clock ticked, but the second hand hesitated, caught in time's hold. My fingers traced the grooves on the table, worn from years of routine, yet today they felt unfamiliar, as if carved anew overnight. The ritual of opening the blinds welcomed an unsettling light, diffused and gentle, yet holding a weight that pressed down on the room. The floorboards under my feet creaked in a sequence I didn't recognize, like a melody played backward. When I reached for my coat, the hooks were empty. The coats had slipped away into silence. I remember telling myself it was nothing more than morning disorientation, the kind that comes after too little sleep when the familiar world takes on strange edges. My partner had left early for work, as usual. I could still smell the lingering scent of coffee and that particular soap we kept by the kitchen sink. Everything appeared normal, orderly even. The newspaper lay folded where it always did. The keys sat in their designated bowl. The photographs on the mantel smiled back at me with their frozen expressions of better days. But something had shifted overnight, not moved exactly, but transformed in some indefinable way. The morning light fell differently across the carpet, creating shadows where none should exist. I found myself walking more carefully, as if the floor might give way beneath me. The logical explanation came easily enough. We'd had an argument the night before. Nothing serious, just one of those conversations that spiral into something larger than intended. Money, responsibilities, the weight of routine pressing down on both of us. My partner had gone to bed angry, and I'd stayed up too late, nursing a drink and staring out the window at the empty street. I must have dozed off in the chair, waking stiff and confused when dawn crept through the glass. That would explain the disorientation, the sense of displacement. Sleep deprivation plays tricks on perception, makes the familiar seem foreign. I'd read about it somewhere, how the brain processes information differently when deprived of proper rest. The missing coats were probably in the laundry, or perhaps my partner had moved them while gathering things for work. Simple explanations for simple mysteries. I went through the motions of my morning routine, hoping familiarity would restore order. Shower, breakfast, the ritual of preparing for another day. But the wrongness persisted, clinging to every surface like humidity. The water pressure felt different. The toast burned despite the timer being set correctly. Even my reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed somehow altered, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly how. The first real contradiction came when I opened the newspaper. The date was wrong, not drastically wrong, just off by a day, as if time had skipped forward without my participation. I checked my phone, then the computer, then the clock on the microwave. All showed the same impossible progression. I'd lost a day somewhere between falling asleep in the chair and waking in my own bed with no memory of the transition. But that couldn't be right. I distinctly remembered the argument, the drink, the long hours of staring into darkness. Those memories felt solid, grounded in sensory detail. The taste of whiskey, the texture of the chair's worn fabric, the sound of a car passing in the early hours. How could an entire day simply vanish? I called in sick to work, claiming a stomach bug. The lie came easily, perhaps too easily. My supervisor's voice sounded strange through the phone, distant and tinny, as if she were speaking from very far away. She mentioned something about my absence the previous day, but her words seemed to dissolve before I could grasp their meaning. The house felt larger that morning, rooms stretching beyond their normal dimensions. I found myself counting steps between familiar landmarks, discovering distances that defied memory. The hallway to the bedroom took 12 steps instead of the usual 8. The kitchen seemed to have gained an extra cabinet, one I couldn't recall ever opening. In the bedroom, I discovered something that stopped me cold. The sheets on my partner's side of the bed were pristine, undisturbed, not just made but untouched, as if no one had slept there in days. Yet I could swear I remembered the sound of breathing beside me, the familiar rhythm of shared sleep. The pillow still held a faint indentation, but when I pressed my hand against it, the foam sprang back instantly, erasing any evidence of occupation. I tried calling my partner's office, but the receptionist claimed no one by that name worked there. I must have dialed wrong, I told myself, though the number was programmed into my phone. I tried again, got the same response. A third time, and the receptionist's voice took on an edge of annoyance, suggesting I had the wrong company entirely. The photographs on the mantel drew my attention with new urgency. I studied them carefully, searching for proof of the life I remembered. There we were at the beach, arms around each other, squinting into brilliant sunshine. There was the dinner party where we'd laughed until our sides ached. The vacation where we'd gotten lost and found that perfect little restaurant tucked away from the tourist crowds. But something was wrong with the images themselves. The colors seemed too vivid, the expressions too perfect. When I looked closely, I could see the faint grid lines of digital manipulation, the telltale signs of careful editing. Had these memories been constructed rather than captured? A wave of nausea rolled through me, followed by a sensation I can only describe as temporal vertigo. The room seemed to tilt, and for a moment I saw it from a different angle entirely. The furniture was arranged differently, covered in dust sheets like a house long abandoned. Sunlight streamed through windows that should have been blocked by the neighbor's fence. The smell of decay and neglect filled my nostrils. Then the moment passed and everything snapped back to normal, or what I'd thought was normal. I began searching the house systematically, looking for evidence of the life I remembered. Clothing, toiletries, any trace of shared occupancy. The closet held only my things, though I could have sworn it was fuller just days before. The medicine cabinet contained only my prescriptions, my toothbrush, my razor. Even the towels seemed wrong, too new, too perfectly arranged. In the kitchen, I opened the refrigerator and found it stocked for one person. Single servings, individual portions, nothing that suggested shared meals or coupled living. Yet I distinctly remembered shopping together, the careful negotiation of preferences and dietary restrictions that comes with long partnership. I could taste the meals we'd shared, feel the warmth of companionship across the dinner table. The basement drew me downward with gravitational inevitability. I rarely went down there, leaving that space to my partner's hobbies and storage needs. But today something pulled me toward the wooden steps, their familiar creak now sounding more like a warning than a welcome. The basement was empty, not just clean but hollow, as if it had never been occupied. No workbench, no stored boxes, no evidence of human activity. Just bare concrete walls and a single bulb casting harsh shadows into every corner. The air smelled of nothing at all, which somehow felt more disturbing than any scent of decay or abandonment. I stood in that empty space and felt reality fracture around me. Two versions of truth existed simultaneously, each demanding acceptance while contradicting the other. In one version, I was a person emerging from a relationship's end, perhaps dealing with the aftermath of separation or loss in ways my mind wasn't ready to accept. The missing belongings, the altered spaces, the confused memories all pointed toward a reality I was psychologically unprepared to face. But in the other version, something far stranger was occurring. The house itself seemed to be erasing evidence of shared occupancy, rewriting history in real time. The photographs that showed signs of manipulation, the impossible changes in familiar distances, the receptionist who claimed my partner had never existed. This suggested not psychological denial, but something that defied rational explanation entirely. I climbed back upstairs, each step feeling like a choice between competing realities. In the living room, I sat in the chair where I'd spent that long night, trying to reconstruct the sequence of events. But even that memory was becoming unstable, shifting like sand beneath examination. Had there really been an argument, the more I focused on it, the less substantial it became. I could remember the emotion, the sense of conflict and resolution, but the actual words seemed to slip away whenever I tried to grasp them. Even the taste of whiskey was fading, replaced by something else, something metallic and cold. The phone rang, startling me from my reverie. I answered without checking the caller ID, desperate for any connection to external reality. The voice on the other end was familiar yet strange, asking about my well-being with a concern that felt both genuine and rehearsed. They mentioned seeing me the previous day, described conversations I couldn't remember having. When I tried to place the voice, to attach it to a face or relationship, my mind came up empty. After hanging up, I realized I couldn't even remember what we'd discussed. The conversation had dissolved the moment it ended, leaving only the lingering sense that something important had been communicated. Evening approached with unnatural speed, as if the day had been compressed or edited. I found myself standing at the window, watching shadows lengthen across a street that looked subtly different from the one I remembered. The houses seemed rearranged, their positions shifted just enough to create a sense of wrongness without obvious explanation. That night I lay in bed listening to the house settle around me, but the sounds were all wrong, creaks and sighs that spoke of different architecture, different history. I reached across to the other side of the bed, half expecting to find warmth and breathing presence. Instead, my hand encountered only cool sheets and empty space. Yet I could swear I felt something there, not physical presence, but the ghost of companionship, the echo of shared sleep and whispered conversations. The pillow beside me held no indentation, but when I closed my eyes, I could hear phantom breathing, feel the subtle shift of mattress springs under invisible weight. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams that felt more real than waking. In them the house was full of life and laughter, every room occupied by memories that blazed with vivid detail. I saw myself cooking for two, having conversations that sparkled with wit and affection, sharing the small intimacies that make life meaningful. But even in the dream, I knew something was wrong. The other person's face remained always slightly out of focus, their voice just beyond the edge of recognition. I woke to find the clock had stopped entirely, its hands frozen at an impossible time. The morning light felt different again, more diffuse, as if filtered through layers of unreality. And in that uncertain dawn, I realized that the question wasn't what had happened to my partner or our shared life. The question was whether any of it had ever existed at all, or whether I was living in the space between memory and imagination, where truth becomes negotiable and reality bends to accommodate the stories we tell ourselves to survive. The empty coat hooks watched me dress, their silence more eloquent than any explanation I might construct. Whatever truth lay buried beneath the surface of my experience, it remained just out of reach, hovering between possibility and proof, leaving me suspended in a mystery that might never resolve itself into anything as simple as fact. Equals. Story 3. The old clock ticked steadily in the corner, a gentle metronome against the muffled silence of the room. The afternoon sun filtered through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the worn wooden floor. Yet strangely, no shadow accompanied the antique rocker that swayed gently back and forth in the center of the room. The air was thick with the scent of dust and something sweetly pungent, a combination that seemed to cling to the walls. As I stepped further inside, the subtle creak beneath my feet was amplified, echoing like a whisper meant for no ears but mine. Something in the quiet felt misplaced, a subtle dissonance waiting to be discovered. I reached for the chair's arm, my fingers finding the smooth groove worn by countless hands. The wood is warm, though no one has sat here for hours, days. I'm not certain anymore how long it's been since I first entered this room, first noticed the wrongness that pulses beneath its surface like a second heartbeat. The motion stops when I touch it. My notebook lies open on the small table beside the window, pages filled with observations that seem less reliable each time I read them. The handwriting shifts between careful script and hurried scrawl, as if different versions of myself had taken turns recording what I witnessed, or thought I witnessed. Day unknown, the chair moves on its own. No drafts detected, no structural issues with the floor. Later spoke with the neighbor. She mentioned hearing voices through the walls, but the apartment has been empty for weeks. Correction, months. I flip backward through the pages, searching for the beginning. When did this start? The paper feels thin between my fingers, almost translucent, and some of the ink has begun to fade, my own words becoming ghosts. There's a photograph tucked between pages 37 and 38. I don't remember taking it, but there it is, this same room, this same chair, captured in black and white. The timestamp is smudged beyond recognition. In the photo, someone sits in the rocker, but their face is turned away, lost in shadow. The figure could be anyone, could be no one. I hold the photograph up to the light streaming through the curtains. The image shifts slightly, the way old pictures sometimes do, and for a moment I think I see the person's profile. A familiar curve of cheek, the suggestion of a smile. But when I lower the photo, when I look directly at it again, there's only shadow. The sweetly pungent smell grows stronger near the baseboards. I've followed it before, traced it to its source, but the memory feels borrowed from someone else's experience. Did I find something? Did I choose not to look? The detective said there was no evidence of foul play. I don't remember writing that line, but there it is in my notebook, squeezed between observations about the temperature fluctuations and the way the light moves across the floor in patterns that don't match the window's geometry. There was a detective, I'm almost certain of that, a woman with tired eyes who asked careful questions and took notes in a pad smaller than mine. She stood exactly where I'm standing now, looking at the same chair, breathing the same thick air. "You're sure you heard voices?" she had asked. Or maybe that was the neighbor asking me. The conversations blur together, voices layering over each other until I can't distinguish who said what, or when, or why it mattered. The chair begins to rock again. I watch it move, counting the rhythm against the clock's steady tick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is too regular to be random, too purposeful to be explained by settling wood or shifting foundations. I've measured the floor with a level. I've checked for vibrations from passing traffic. I've done everything a reasonable person would do. But reasonable people don't spend hours watching empty chairs move in empty rooms. The notebook falls open to a page I don't recognize, though the handwriting is unmistakably mine. She said she'd be back by evening. The chair was already rocking when I arrived. Who said that? Who was supposed to return? I close my eyes and try to remember the first day, the first moment I stepped into this room. The memory feels like looking through water, distorted and shifting. I came here because someone asked me to, someone who needed help understanding what they'd seen, what they'd heard through the walls of their own apartment. Or did I come here on my own? The photograph slides from my fingers, drifting to the floor where it lands face down. I don't pick it up immediately. Instead, I watch the chair continue its steady rhythm, hypnotic and wrong and somehow familiar. There's a pattern in the creaking floorboards beneath the rocker, a sequence of sounds that almost forms words if you listen long enough. If you let yourself believe that wood and nails and time can hold memories the way skin holds scars. I found her glasses in the kitchen drawer. Another line from my notebook, written in pencil rather than pen. The graphite has smudged, making the words look uncertain, provisional. But I remember the glasses now, or think I do. Wire-rimmed and delicate, folded carefully between the dish towels as if someone had placed them there intentionally. The detective had asked about the glasses. Did she usually keep them in the kitchen? I hadn't known how to answer. I didn't know her well enough to say what she usually did, where she usually put things. I only knew that the glasses were there, waiting to be found, and that they felt significant in a way I couldn't articulate. The chair stops rocking. The silence that follows is heavier than before, weighted with expectation. I hold my breath, listening for something I can't name. The clock continues its steady tick, but even that sounds different now, hollow and distant. I pick up the photograph from the floor. When I turn it over, the image has changed. The chair is empty now, casting a shadow that extends beyond the frame's edge. But that's impossible. Photographs don't change. Light doesn't lie. Unless I'm remembering wrong. Unless there were two photographs, and I've confused them in my mind the way I've confused conversations. The way I've confused days with nights and questions with answers. The neighbor's voice echoes in my memory. She was such a quiet person, never any trouble. Past tense, always past tense. But who was quiet, who never caused trouble? The details slip away even as I try to grasp them, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I turn to a fresh page in my notebook and write, today the chair moved for exactly 17 minutes. The smell was strongest near the kitchen doorway. I found a second photograph. But as soon as I finish writing, I doubt the accuracy of my observations. Was it 17 minutes or 70? Was there a second photograph, or am I thinking of the same image seen at different times? The afternoon light shifts, casting new patterns on the floor. The intricate shadows from the lace curtains dance across the worn wood, and for a moment I see a shape that looks almost human. A figure kneeling beside the chair, reaching towards something I can't see. I blink and the shadow resolves into nothing more than the play of light through fabric. But the impression lingers. The sense that someone else has been in this room, has knelt on this floor, has searched for something with the same desperate patience that drives me to return here day after day. The detective found no signs of struggle. The apartment was neat, undisturbed. Personal effects suggested a planned departure. The facts accumulate in my notebook like sediment, layer upon layer of observations that should add up to understanding, but instead create only deeper confusion. Each answer generates new questions. Each certainty dissolves under closer examination. I close the notebook and sit in the chair. The worn wood accepts my weight with a familiar creak, and suddenly I'm rocking, caught in the same rhythm I've watched from across the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is soothing, hypnotic, and I understand why someone might choose to sit here, might find comfort in the gentle sway. The room looks different from this angle. The light falls differently. The shadows arrange themselves in new configurations, and I notice details I've missed before. A water stain on the ceiling shaped like a bird in flight, a loose floorboard near the window that lifts slightly when I rock forward. From here I can see into the kitchen. The drawer where I found the glasses stands slightly open, as if someone had been searching through its contents recently. Or as if I had been searching, though I don't remember opening it today. The memory of discovery feels both fresh and ancient, like a story I've told myself so many times that I can no longer distinguish the original event from its countless retellings. The chair continues to rock, carrying me forward and back through time, through possibility, through the spaces between what I know and what I suspect. I think about the detective's questions, the neighbor's observations, the careful way everyone spoke about the woman who lived here, as if she were made of glass, as if speaking too directly about her absence might shatter something fragile and necessary. But what if the fragile thing was already broken? What if I'm sitting in the ruins of something that ended before I arrived, trying to reconstruct meaning from fragments that were never meant to fit together? The rocking slows, stops. I open my eyes, though I don't remember closing them, and find that the light has changed. Evening approaches, painting the room in shades of amber and shadow. The clock still ticks in its corner, but the sound seems fainter now, as if it's running down. Or as if I'm moving away from it, drifting into some other space where time moves differently. The photograph lies on the floor beside the chair, and when I lean forward to retrieve it, I see that it shows the room exactly as it appears now. Empty chair, failing light, shadows that suggest presence without confirming it. I am not in the photograph. But someone took the picture. Someone stood where I'm sitting now and captured this moment, this exact configuration of light and shadow and possibility. I turn the photograph over, looking for a date, a signature, any clue to its origin. The back is blank except for a single word written in pencil, so faint I have to hold it close to the window to read it. Remember. The word could be a command or a plea, could be addressed to me or to someone else entirely, could be a note to the future or a message from the past. I write it in my notebook, adding it to the collection of fragments that constitute my understanding of this place, this mystery, this woman who may or may not have existed in the way I imagine her. But as I write, the word changes under my pen. Remember becomes asterisk forget, then return asterisk, then something illegible that could be anything at all. The ink seems to move on its own, reshaping itself according to rules I don't understand. I close the notebook quickly, as if I could trap the uncertainty between its pages, contain it somehow. The chair begins to rock again, though I'm no longer sitting in it. I'm standing by the window now, though I don't remember getting up. The movement transition feels lost, edited out of my experience like a scene cut from a film. One moment I was examining the photograph, the next I'm watching the empty chair resume its steady rhythm. The detective had stood here too, I think, had watched the chair move and tried to find rational explanations, had measured and tested and documented just as I've been doing. But some things resist measurement. Some truths exist in the spaces between facts, in the pauses between heartbeats, in the moment of suspension at the peak of each rock before gravity pulls the chair back toward Earth. I press my palm against the window glass, feeling its coolness against my skin. Outside, the world continues its normal operations. Cars passing, people walking, life proceeding according to predictable patterns. Inside, the chair rocks in its impossible rhythm, keeping time with a clock that may or may not be running, in a room that holds secrets like breath held too long. The sweetly pungent smell intensifies as darkness approaches, and I follow it once more toward the kitchen, toward the drawer that holds wire-rimmed glasses and the memory of careful hands folding them between dish towels. But when I open the drawer, it's empty. The glasses are gone, or were never there, or exist only in the version of this story I've been telling myself to make sense of senselessness. I return to the chair, to the notebook, to the photograph that shows different things each time I look at it. The woman who lived here, who may still live here in ways that transcend physical presence, remains as elusive as ever. I know her through absence, through the spaces she's left behind, through the chair that rocks with the memory of her weight. Or perhaps I know nothing at all. Perhaps I am the one who is absent, the one who exists only in the spaces between certainty and doubt, between memory and imagination, between the tick of a clock and the silence that follows. The chair slows, stops, waits. I sit down once more, letting the motion carry me forward into the gathering darkness, into the questions that have no answers, into the story that has no ending because it never truly began. The photograph falls from my lap, landing face up on the floor. In it, I see myself sitting in the chair, rocking gently, eyes closed, lost in thought or dream or the peculiar suspension between waking and sleep that this room seems to encourage. But I am holding the photograph. I am looking at myself, caught in an infinite regression of observation and observed, watcher and watched, until the distinction becomes meaningless. The clock ticks on, marking time that may be moving forward or backward or not at all, in a room where shadows cast themselves and chairs rock with the weight of absence, where every answer leads to deeper questions and every certainty dissolves under the gentle, relentless pressure of doubt. I close my eyes and let the motion carry me wherever it will, into memory or possibility or the space between them where truth might exist, patient and elusive as the scent that clings to these walls, waiting to be discovered or forgotten or transformed into something else entirely. The chair rocks on. The mystery remains. And I am both its witness and its subject, both the one who questions and the question itself, suspended in the amber light of an afternoon that may never end, in a room where time moves like honey and every shadow holds the possibility of revelation. Or deception, or both, equals. Story 4. It wasn't unusual for the window to be ajar in the evenings. Most nights the breeze found its way inside, disturbing the dust on the books and teasing the curtains into motion. I never bothered to latch it shut. The creaking hinges added a comforting rhythm to the silence. Occasionally, I noticed a few leaves on the windowsill, placed like forgotten notes, though I never saw where they came from. The neighbor's dog often barked at something unseen across the fence, but I assumed it was just the shadows dancing on the grass. I left the window open again last night. The night was warm, and I liked the fresh air. The leaves themselves tell a different story now that I examine them closely. 3 oak leaves, still green at the edges but browning toward their centers, arranged in a careful line along the painted wood. Oak trees don't grow in my yard. The nearest one stands 2 houses down, beyond the stone wall that separates the properties. These leaves would have had to travel quite a distance to find their way to my second-story window, unless someone placed them there deliberately. Their stems point in the same direction, toward the corner where I keep my reading chair. That reading chair holds the impression of my body even when I'm not sitting in it. The burgundy leather has softened over the years, molding itself to my shape like a second skin. I bought it after moving into this house, thinking it would be the perfect spot to spend quiet evenings with a book and a cup of tea. The chair faces the window at an angle that allows me to see both the yard and the street beyond. From this vantage point, I can observe the comings and goings of the neighborhood without being obvious about it. Lately, though, I've begun to feel like the observation flows in both directions. The teacup on the side table holds a mystery of its own. I remember making chamomile tea before settling down to read, but the cup contains only cold water now. No tea bag, no honey residue along the rim, just clear water that tastes faintly of minerals. I've been forgetting things more often recently, small details that slip away like mist. Perhaps I never made the tea at all, only imagined the ritual of boiling water and steeping the fragrant leaves. Memory has a way of filling in gaps with what should have happened rather than what actually did. The book lying open in my lap bears no resemblance to what I thought I was reading. The pages show a technical manual about electrical systems, dense with diagrams and terminology I don't understand. I could have sworn I was deep into a mystery novel about a woman who discovers her husband's secret life. The bookmark I always use, a thin strip of leather with a tassel, marks a page discussing circuit breakers and voltage regulators. My handwriting fills the margins, notes I don't remember making about power distribution and safety protocols. Those handwritten notes appear throughout the house now that I look for them. Scraps of paper tucked between couch cushions, stuck to the refrigerator with magnets, folded inside drawers. My penmanship unmistakably, but the words seem foreign. Measurements of rooms, sketches of floor plans, lists of what appear to be daily routines. One note describes the exact time I turn off the lights each night. Another catalogs the contents of my medicine cabinet. Someone has been studying my life with scientific precision, and that someone appears to be me. The medicine cabinet itself has been reorganized. Bottles stand in perfect rows, labels facing forward, arranged by height rather than by frequency of use. I've always been somewhat neat, but this level of organization feels compulsive, almost clinical. The prescription bottles bear my name, but I don't recall taking most of these medications. Sleep aids, anxiety medication, something for memory enhancement. The dates on the labels span several months, suggesting a gradual accumulation of pharmaceutical solutions to problems I didn't know I had. My reflection in the bathroom mirror seems to be aging faster than the rest of me. The face looking back shows new lines around the eyes, a tightness in the jaw that wasn't there before. I've been clenching my teeth at night, evidenced by the soreness in my jaw each morning and the way my molars fit together differently now. The mirror itself has been cleaned recently, too recently, because I never clean mirrors. Water spots and toothpaste specks usually accumulate for weeks before I notice them enough to wipe them away. The photographs on my dresser have been rearranged as well. Family pictures that once clustered together in casual groupings now stand in rigid formation, like soldiers at attention. Some faces have been turned away from others, as if the subjects were having arguments across the frames. One photograph, which used to show me with my sister at a holiday gathering, now displays only my half of the image. The other half has been carefully cut away, leaving a jagged edge where she used to stand. The scissors responsible for that cutting lie in the kitchen drawer, still flecked with the glossy residue of photograph paper. I don't remember using them, but the evidence speaks clearly. Other photographs have been similarly edited, faces removed with surgical precision, leaving me isolated in frames that once held groups. The discarded halves and quarters of images rest in the trash can beneath coffee grounds and banana peels, like dismembered memories decomposing with the organic waste. The kitchen itself has become a laboratory of routine. Every utensil has its designated place, marked with small pieces of tape that weren't there before. The coffee maker sits at an exact angle to the counter's edge, measured and remeasured until it achieved some perfect alignment I don't remember caring about. Inside the refrigerator, food items are arranged with the same obsessive precision, expiration dates facing forward, heights coordinated like a grocery store display. The grocery receipts tucked into my purse tell a story of purchases I don't recall making. Cases of bottled water, industrial quantities of batteries, multiple flashlights, and enough canned goods to survive a siege. The dates on these receipts correspond to days I thought I spent quietly at home, reading or tending to small household tasks. According to this paper trail, I've been preparing for something, stockpiling supplies with the methodical dedication of someone expecting disaster. The basement, which I rarely visit, has been transformed into a storage facility. Shelves line the walls, loaded with the items from those mysterious shopping trips. Water bottles stacked in perfect pyramids, batteries sorted by size and type, flashlights tested and ready with fresh bulbs. A camping stove sits on a card table along with matches sealed in waterproof containers. Someone has been planning for an extended period without utilities, and the evidence suggests that someone is me. The calendar hanging near the basement stairs has been marked with symbols I don't recognize. Red X marks on certain dates, blue circles on others, and occasional question marks that seem to indicate uncertainty about something. The pattern doesn't correspond to any system I remember implementing, but the symbols are drawn in my handwriting with the same pen I use for grocery lists and appointment reminders. Some dates have been crossed out entirely, as if those days never happened or needed to be forgotten. The appointment reminders themselves have multiplied beyond reason. Sticky notes cover my computer monitor, the bathroom mirror, the coffee maker, and the inside of the front door. Most remind me of basic tasks like locking doors, checking windows, and taking medication. Others reference appointments with people I don't remember scheduling meetings with. The handwriting grows more urgent as the dates progress, with words underlined multiple times and exclamation points that suggest increasing anxiety. My computer's browser history reveals searches I don't remember conducting. Queries about memory loss, home security systems, and how to detect signs of surveillance. Multiple tabs remain open to articles about paranoia, sleep disorders, and the side effects of various medications. The search history spans weeks, showing a gradual progression from casual curiosity about forgetfulness to deep research into more serious psychological conditions. The emails in my inbox include conversations I don't recall having, messages to and from addresses I don't recognize, discussing concerns about my behavior and suggestions for professional help. my own responses, sent from my account with my characteristic writing style, acknowledge problems I don't remember experiencing. I apparently agreed to medication adjustments and therapy sessions that exist only in these digital exchanges. The therapy sessions themselves are documented in a journal I don't remember keeping. A small notebook tucked between couch cushions contains detailed accounts of conversations with a counselor about memory gaps and paranoid thoughts. My handwriting fills page after page with insights and revelations that feel like reading someone else's diary. According to these entries, I've been struggling with these issues for months, developing coping strategies and tracking symptoms with scientific dedication. The symptoms tracked in that journal include the very observations I'm making now. Notes about rearranged objects, mysterious purchases, and the feeling of being watched. The journal presents these experiences as evidence of a deteriorating mental state rather than genuine mysteries to be solved. Each entry ends with reassurances from the therapist and promises to continue taking medication as prescribed. The medication bottles in my cabinet suddenly make more sense, though the sense they make is more troubling than the original mystery. The sleep aids explain the gaps in my memory, the anxiety medication accounts for the periods of artificial calm, and the memory enhancement drugs might be causing more confusion than clarity. According to the prescription dates, I've been taking these combinations for months, creating a chemical fog that could explain everything I've been experiencing. The fog itself seems to lift and thicken in waves, like weather patterns in my consciousness. Moments of clarity alternate with periods of confusion, and I can't tell which state represents reality. The evidence of my preparations and observations could be the product of a mind protecting itself from perceived threats, or it could be genuine intuition about real dangers. The medications might be helping me cope with paranoid delusions, or they might be suppressing legitimate concerns about my safety. The safety concerns documented throughout the house focus consistently on the open window. Notes remind me to check the latch, to observe the leaves on the sill, and to pay attention to patterns in the neighbor's dog's barking. If these concerns are delusional, then I've been protecting myself from imaginary threats with elaborate rituals and preparations. If they're valid, then someone has been using my mental health struggles to discredit my observations and make me doubt my own perceptions. The window stands open again tonight, curtains moving in the breeze like beckoning fingers. The leaves on the sill have been joined by a fourth, this one from a maple tree that doesn't grow anywhere in the neighborhood. Its edges are perfectly preserved, as if it were picked recently and placed with care among the others. The neighbor's dog has been silent for hours, an absence of sound that feels more ominous than its usual barking. From my reading chair, I can see the street lamp illuminating the sidewalk below. A figure stands just beyond the circle of light, too distant and shadowed to identify, but clearly watching my window. The figure doesn't move, doesn't shift position, or show any sign of impatience. It simply maintains its vigil, as still as a statue and just as purposeful. I should feel afraid, but the medication creates a buffer between my emotions and my circumstances, making everything feel like it's happening to someone else. The someone else might be the person who wrote all those notes, made all those preparations, and conducted all that research. That version of myself recognized a threat and took steps to address it, even if those steps seem excessive or irrational now. The current version of myself, medicated and calm, can observe these preparations with detachment, like an anthropologist studying the artifacts of a vanished civilization. The civilization that vanished might be my own sanity, or it might be my naivety. The evidence points in both directions with equal conviction, creating a perfect balance of possibilities that makes any conclusion impossible. I could be a sick woman whose mind has created elaborate fantasies to explain ordinary experiences, or I could be a threatened woman whose legitimate concerns have been pathologized and medicated into submission. The submission feels complete as I sit in my chair, watching the figure outside and feeling nothing more than mild curiosity. The leaves on the windowsill catch the breeze and rustle like whispered secrets, but I can't bring myself to care what they're trying to tell me. The medication has created a perfect equilibrium between awareness and apathy, allowing me to see everything while feeling nothing about what I observe. The observation continues as the figure finally moves, stepping forward into the light just enough to reveal a familiar silhouette before retreating back into the shadows. I recognize the shape but can't place it, like trying to remember a word that hovers just beyond recall. The recognition feels important, but the importance fades before I can grasp it fully, dissolved by the chemical calm that governs my thoughts. The window remains open, the leaves continue their silent testimony, and the figure maintains its patient watch. Everything continues as it has been continuing, locked in a pattern that might be protection or might be imprisonment. The difference between the two has become academic, a distinction without meaning in the medicated landscape of my current existence. The existence itself feels temporary, like a pause between more significant states of being. I am neither the woman who made all those preparations nor the woman who might need them. I am something in between, suspended in pharmaceutical amber, preserved but not quite alive. The mystery of my circumstances remains unsolved, but the urgency of solving it has been chemically dissolved. The dissolution spreads through everything like ink in water, blurring the edges of certainty and making all possibilities equally valid and equally meaningless. The open window invites the night air to mingle with the artificial atmosphere of my medicated calm, creating a hybrid environment where inside and outside, real and imagined, protective and threatening, all occupy the same space without conflict. Equals. Story 5. The clock chimed, yet no hour was announced. Shadows crawled in the corners, mismatched with the furniture they should trace. The pattern in the rug seemed to ripple, a wave frozen mid-motion. Breakfast sat untouched, still wrapped in muted flavors that refused to be noticed. Yesterday's newspaper lay folded in on itself, headlines inverted, defying my effort to read them. I reached for my coffee cup, the handle warm but the liquid icy, and as I took a sip, there were 3 rings on the table. 3 perfect circles, water marks, coffee stains, the ghost impressions of cups that had been lifted and moved again. I traced one with my finger, feeling the slight dampness that shouldn't exist on wood that appeared dry. The case file sat beside my elbow, manila folder, edges soft from handling. Inside, photographs that never quite showed what I remembered seeing. Statements that contradicted themselves between one reading and the next. Evidence that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. I had been a detective once, still was technically. Though the badge felt heavier now, the questions more persistent than any answers I'd managed to collect. The first time I saw her, she was standing in a doorway that led nowhere, or perhaps it led somewhere I couldn't follow. She wore a blue dress, or maybe it was green. The color seemed to depend on the light, on the angle of my observation, on whether I was looking directly or catching glimpses from the corner of my eye. She was always punctual, the neighbor had told me. Always left at the same time, came back at the same time, like clockwork. But clocks, I had learned, were unreliable things. The apartment building stood on a corner where 2 streets met at an angle that defied the city's grid. Inside, hallways branched in directions that shouldn't exist, leading to doors numbered in sequences that made no mathematical sense. I had walked those corridors dozens of times, my footsteps echoing differently each visit, as if the walls were repositioning themselves between my arrivals. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, or the 4th. The elevator buttons were worn smooth, numbers rubbed away by countless fingers, making it impossible to be certain which floor was which. The superintendent, a man whose age seemed to fluctuate depending on the lighting, had shown me up the first time. "Quiet tenant," he'd said, keys jangling like wind chimes. "Never any complaints. Paid her rent early every month." "Paid?" I had asked, the past tense. He paused, key halfway to the lock. "Well, she's missing, isn't she? That's why you're here." But I couldn't remember who had called me, couldn't recall the initial report, the concerned friend or family member who had noticed her absence. My notes, when I consulted them, were written in handwriting that looked like mine but felt foreign. The words seemed to rearrange themselves when I wasn't paying attention. Inside her apartment, everything was perfectly ordinary. Bed made with hospital corners, dishes washed and put away, books arranged by height rather than author or subject. The only unusual thing was the absence of dust. Even in the corners, on the highest shelves, everything was immaculate, as if she had just finished cleaning moments before vanishing. Or as if time had stopped. I found myself returning to that apartment more often than the case required. Sometimes I would sit in her chair, a worn leather recliner positioned to face the window. From there I could see the intersection below, watch the traffic lights cycle through their colors in patterns that seemed almost musical. Red, yellow, green, red, yellow, green. But occasionally the sequence would stutter, skip a beat, and I would wonder if I had blinked at the wrong moment. The building's other tenants were helpful in the way that people are when they want to appear cooperative but have nothing useful to contribute. They remembered her in fragments, a woman who nodded politely in the hallway, someone who received few visitors, a tenant who played music softly in the evenings, though no two people could agree on what kind of music it had been. "Classical," said the woman from across the hall. "Definitely classical, string quartets, I think." "Jazz," insisted the man from downstairs. "Late night jazz, saxophone mostly." "I never heard any music," said the couple from next door. "She was quiet as a mouse." I made notes of these contradictions, but the words seemed to blur when I tried to read them later. My handwriting became increasingly difficult to decipher, as if my pen was running out of ink even when I had just changed the cartridge. The investigation expanded in directions that felt both necessary and futile. I interviewed her coworkers at the insurance office where she had processed claims for water damage. They described her as competent, reliable, unremarkable. She arrived on time, completed her work efficiently, ate lunch alone at her desk while reading paperback novels. "What kind of novels?" I asked. "Mysteries," said her supervisor. "Always mysteries. She went through 2 or 3 a week." But when I searched her apartment again, I found no books except the ones on her shelves, arranged by height, spines facing inward so the titles were hidden. When I pulled them out to examine them, they were all blank, empty pages bound in covers that bore no text, no author names, no publisher marks. I began to dream about the case. In my dreams, I was walking through her apartment, but the rooms were larger, the ceilings higher, the walls farther apart. The furniture was the same, but positioned differently, as if someone had been rearranging things while I slept. In these dreams, I could hear her voice, but never clearly enough to make out words. She was calling from another room, around a corner I couldn't quite reach. When I woke, I would find notes beside my bed, written in my handwriting but containing information I didn't remember discovering. Phone numbers that led to disconnected lines, addresses that didn't exist, names of people who, when I tried to contact them, had never heard of the missing woman. The case file grew thicker, but the mystery only deepened. Photographs that showed empty rooms where I remembered seeing furniture. Witness statements that contradicted not only each other but themselves, changing between readings like text written in disappearing ink. I started carrying a tape recorder, thinking that perhaps my memory was unreliable, that I was mishearing or misremembering the interviews. But when I played back the recordings, I heard only static punctuated by long stretches of silence. Occasionally, there would be the sound of breathing, but I couldn't tell if it was mine or someone else's. The breakthrough, when it came, was subtle. I was sitting in my kitchen, staring at the 3 rings on the table, when I noticed that my coffee cup was sitting precisely in the center of one of them. The fit was perfect, as if the ring had been made by that exact cup. But I had been drinking from a different mug, a blue ceramic one I'd had for years. The cup creating the ring was white porcelain, thin-walled and delicate, the kind that would shatter if dropped. I didn't remember owning such a cup. I lifted it carefully, expecting it to be empty, but it was full of coffee that was still warm. The liquid was darker than what I usually drank, more bitter, with an aftertaste that lingered on my tongue long after I had swallowed. The second ring was slightly larger, made by a cup that wasn't there. The third was smaller, more recent, the wood still damp to the touch. I sat very still, listening to the silence of my kitchen, and realized that I was not alone. She was sitting across from me in the chair I had thought was empty. The woman from the case, the missing person who had never been found. She was exactly as I remembered her from the photographs, except that in the photographs she had never been smiling. Now she was, a small, sad smile that seemed to acknowledge something I couldn't quite grasp. "You've been looking for me," she said, and her voice was exactly as it had sounded in my dreams, clear but distant, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "You're missing," I said, though even as I spoke the words, they felt wrong. "Am I," she asked, "or are you?" I looked down at my hands, expecting to see the familiar scars and calluses of my fingers, but they were smooth, unmarked, as if they belonged to someone else. When I looked up again, she was gone, but the white porcelain cup remained, sitting in its perfect ring on my table. I reached for my case file, but the folder was empty. The photographs, the witness statements, the notes written in my increasingly illegible handwriting, all gone. Even the blank pages were missing, leaving only the manila folder with my name written on the tab in letters that seemed to fade as I watched. The newspaper on my table was still folded incorrectly, headlines inverted and unreadable, but now I could see that it wasn't yesterday's paper at all. The date when I finally managed to decipher it was from 3 months ago, the day I had first been assigned to the case. The day I had first walked into that impossible apartment building and climbed to a floor that might have been the 3rd or might have been the 4th. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor with a sound like fingernails on glass. The shadows in the corners of my kitchen were wrong, too dark for the time of day, too angular for the furniture that should be casting them. The pattern in the rug beneath my feet rippled like water, and I realized that I had never owned a rug, had always preferred bare hardwood floors. The clock on my wall chimed again, but when I looked at it, the hands were moving backward, unwinding the minutes and hours, taking me back to a time before I had started looking for someone who might never have existed, or who might have been looking for me. I walked to my front door and tried the handle. It turned easily, but when I opened the door, I found myself looking into a hallway that belonged to her apartment building, not mine. The walls were painted the same institutional green, the carpet was the same threadbare beige, and the fluorescent lights hummed with the same electrical buzz that had accompanied my every visit. I stepped into the hallway and my door closed behind me with a soft click. When I turned to look back, there was no door there at all, just a blank wall with a faded rectangle where a door frame should have been. The elevator at the end of the hall was waiting, doors open, interior lit by the same flickering fluorescent bulb I remembered. I walked toward it, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, and pressed the button for the 3rd floor, or maybe it was the 4th. The numbers were still worn away, leaving only smooth, featureless buttons that could have led anywhere. When the doors opened, I was standing in front of her apartment. The door was ajar, just as it had been the first time I'd seen it, and I could hear the soft sound of music coming from inside. Classical or jazz, or perhaps no music at all, just the sound of silence taking on the shape of melody. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The apartment was exactly as I remembered it, perfectly clean, everything in its place. But now I could see that it was my furniture, my books arranged by height with their spines turned inward, my life organized according to rules I had never consciously made. She was sitting in the leather chair by the window, the one I had sat in so many times during my investigation. She was reading a book, though the pages appeared blank from where I stood. When she looked up at me, her smile was no longer sad. "I've been waiting," she said. "For what?" I asked, though I was beginning to understand. "For you to find yourself," she said, and closed the book with a soft thud that sounded like a door closing, like a case being marked solved, like the end of a story that had never really begun. I sat down across from her in the chair that had always been mine and looked out the window at the intersection below. The traffic lights were cycling through their colors in perfect sequence now, red to yellow to green and back again, marking time in a rhythm that finally made sense. We sat together in the silence that was not quite silence, in the apartment that was mine and hers and neither of ours, while somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed the hour that would never be announced. Equals. The story's sick. It wasn't unusual to wake up to find the window slightly open. The draft carried in faint whispers from the outside, leaving a chill that never seemed to settle. I noticed the curtains swayed ever so slightly, like they had been disturbed in the night. The newspaper on the table looked untouched, as if no fingers had traced its inked headlines. The footprints in the hallway appeared smudged, but that could have happened any time. I made coffee, pouring it into 2 cups even though I only needed 1. When I looked at the window again, I decided not to close it fully. Leaving it ajar seemed easier. The coffee maker held residual warmth from the previous evening. I remembered filling it before bed, setting the timer for morning, but the digital display showed no programmed time. The machine sat silent and cold until I pressed the power button myself. Steam rose from the carafe in thin, ghostly ribbons that reminded me of breath on glass. The second cup sat on the counter, ceramic handle turned toward an invisible hand. I had reached for it automatically, muscle memory guiding my movements before conscious thought could intervene. The coffee tasted bitter, as if the beans had been ground too fine or left exposed to air too long. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered measuring when we first moved in. Hardwood planks creaked under my bare feet, each board singing a different note in a discordant symphony. The impressions in the dust weren't quite footprints, more like shadows where feet might have been. They led from the front door toward the kitchen, then back again, but the pattern seemed wrong somehow. Too many steps for one person, not quite enough for 2. I knelt to examine them closer, but the morning light from the window cast my own shadow over the marks, obscuring whatever story they might have told. The front door lock showed no signs of tampering. I checked it 3 times, running my fingers along the brass deadbolt, testing the chain latch that hung loose against the frame. The key turned smoothly in both directions, clicking into place with mechanical precision. Yet something about the door felt different, as if it had been opened and closed with unfamiliar hands. The rubber weather stripping along the bottom edge appeared compressed, flattened in a way that suggested recent pressure. I pressed my palm against the wood, feeling for vibrations, for any evidence of disturbance, but found only the solid, unforgiving surface of painted oak. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked tired, older than I felt inside my skin. Dark circles ringed my eyes like bruises, though I couldn't recall any restless dreams or midnight wandering. The medicine cabinet stood slightly ajar, revealing bottles of pills arranged in neat rows. I didn't remember opening it, but then again I didn't remember closing it either. The toothbrush holder contained 2 brushes, both showing signs of recent use. Damp bristles, the faint scent of mint lingering in the air. I picked up the unfamiliar one, examining the worn plastic handle, the way the bristles had been shaped by someone else's teeth and gums. The bedroom felt smaller in daylight, walls pressing inward like a held breath. Both sides of the bed showed impressions in the mattress, though only one pillow bore the indent of a sleeping head. The sheets on the far side remained tucked and smooth, hospital corners still sharp and precise. Yet the blanket had been pulled across both halves, as if covering 2 forms instead of one. I smoothed the fabric with my palm, feeling for warmth, for any lingering trace of another presence. The material felt cool and undisturbed, but something in its arrangement suggested careful replacement, a deliberate attempt to erase evidence of occupancy. The closet door stood open exactly 3 inches, revealing a slice of hanging clothes in the darkness beyond. I always closed it completely before sleep, a habit formed in childhood when monsters lived in such spaces. The gap felt intentional, calculated, as if someone had measured the precise distance needed to peer out without being seen. Hangers clinked softly together when I pushed the door wider, metal singing against metal in tiny, crystalline notes. The clothes hung in perfect order, shirts grouped by color, pants by length, but something about their arrangement felt foreign, as if invisible hands had reorganized them according to a different system. The kitchen window faced east, catching morning light that should have felt warm and welcoming. Instead, the glass seemed to filter the sunshine into something colder, more clinical. Fingerprints smudged the lower panes, but they appeared too large to be mine, pressed against the glass from the outside looking in. I traced one with my fingertip, matching the whorls and ridges to my own skin, but the scale remained wrong, distorted, as if the glass itself had bent the impression into something unrecognizable. The window latch showed scratches around the mechanism, tiny silver scars that caught the light like accusations. The telephone sat silent on its base, red message light dark and unblinking. I lifted the handset, pressing it to my ear to confirm the dial tone's steady hum. The caller ID displayed the last incoming number, but the digits meant nothing to me, arranged in a sequence that felt both foreign and familiar. I had no memory of answering calls, no recollection of conversations that might have taken place in this kitchen, in this house that suddenly felt less like home and more like a stage set waiting for actors to arrive and begin their performance. The refrigerator hummed with electrical contentment, its motor cycling on and off in regular intervals. Inside, food sat arranged with unusual precision. Milk carton turned label forward, eggs nested in perfect rows, leftovers sealed in containers I didn't remember purchasing. The expiration date seemed wrong, too recent for groceries I thought I'd bought days ago, too old for items that appeared fresh and untouched. A bottle of wine sat on the top shelf, cork pulled but not removed, as if someone had started to open it before changing their mind or being interrupted. The living room couch bore the impression of two seated figures, cushions compressed in a pattern that suggested conversation, companionship, shared presence. The television remote lay on the coffee table, batteries warm despite the dark screen. I pressed the power button, and the display flickered to life on a channel I never watched, volume set lower than my usual preference. The program guide showed recently viewed selections that meant nothing to me, a viewing history that belonged to someone else's evening, someone else's choices and preferences. The answering machine blinked with messages I couldn't bring myself to play. The counter showed 3 recordings, each timestamped during hours when I believed myself to be sleeping. I hovered my finger over the play button, but something in the machine's expectant silence warned me away. The messages could wait, would have to wait, because hearing voices from the night hours might confirm suspicions I wasn't ready to face. The machine's red light pulsed like a heartbeat, counting seconds until I found the courage to press play and learn what conversations had taken place in my absence. The basement door remained locked, key hanging on its hook beside the frame. I hadn't been downstairs in weeks, had no reason to venture into that cool, dark space beneath the house. Yet dust patterns on the doorknob suggested recent handling, and the key showed scratches around its teeth that spoke of frequent use. I fitted it into the lock, feeling the mechanism turn with surprising smoothness, as if the tumblers had been kept well-oiled and operational. The stairs descended into shadow, and I found myself listening for sounds from below, for any indication that the basement might not be as empty as I believed. The garden outside the kitchen window showed signs of recent attention. Soil had been turned in neat rows, plants watered and weeded with a care I didn't remember providing. My gardening gloves sat on the back step, dirt embedded in their fabric fingers, though I couldn't recall putting them on or working in the earth. The vegetables grew in perfect lines, staked and supported with a precision that suggested expertise I didn't possess. Someone had been tending this garden, nurturing it through careful, daily attention that required presence and commitment. The mailbox at the end of the driveway contained letters addressed to names I didn't recognize, though they shared my street address. Bills and advertisements, personal correspondence and official documents, all bearing the correct house number but wrong recipients. I sorted through them with growing confusion, wondering if the postal service had made some systematic error, or if these unknown people had somehow claimed residence in my home, in my life, in spaces I thought belonged only to me. The garage held my car in its usual spot, but the vehicle seemed different somehow, positioned at a slightly altered angle, seat adjusted to accommodate a taller driver. The odometer showed miles I couldn't account for, trips taken to destinations I hadn't chosen. The radio presets had been changed to stations I never listened to, and the glove compartment contained maps marked with routes I didn't remember planning. Someone had been using my car, driving my roads, living portions of my life while I slept or worked or existed in whatever parallel space I occupied when not paying attention. The attic access panel in the hallway ceiling appeared disturbed, insulation fibers scattered on the floor beneath like snow from some interior winter. I had never climbed into that space, had no reason to explore the house's uppermost reaches, yet something about the scattered debris suggested recent activity. A stepladder would be required to investigate further, but I found myself reluctant to discover what might be hidden in the darkness above my head, what evidence of occupancy might be waiting in that cramped, secret space. The water heater in the utility closet showed signs of recent adjustment. Temperature dial turned higher than my usual setting, pilot light burning with a flame that seemed too eager, too bright. The unit's metal housing radiated heat that spoke of increased usage, as if someone had been taking longer showers, using more hot water than one person typically required. Pipes in the walls sang with hydraulic pressure, carrying water to fixtures throughout the house in patterns that suggested multiple users, multiple schedules, multiple lives intersecting in ways I couldn't quite comprehend. The study desk held papers arranged in stacks I didn't remember creating. Handwriting that might have been mine covered page after page, but the words seemed foreign, the thoughts expressed in sentences I couldn't recall thinking or writing. The pen lay uncapped beside the papers, ink still wet on its tip, as if someone had been writing moments before I entered the room. I read the pages with growing unease, recognizing my own penmanship, but not the voice behind the words, not the mind that had shaped these thoughts into written form. The photographs on the mantelpiece showed faces I almost recognized, people who seemed familiar but remained just beyond the reach of memory. Some pictures included a figure that might have been me, standing beside individuals whose names hovered at the edge of consciousness without ever quite materializing. The frames had been dusted recently, glass cleaned to spotless clarity that reflected my confused expression back at me in miniature, multiplied across a dozen captured moments I couldn't quite place in the timeline of my life. The house settled around me with small sounds of wood and metal adjusting to temperature changes, but underneath these normal noises ran a current of something else, something that suggested presence without revealing its source. Floorboards creaked in empty rooms, doors whispered against their frames, and the very air seemed to hold its breath, waiting for some revelation that remained perpetually just out of reach. I moved through these familiar spaces like a stranger, recognizing the furniture and layout while feeling increasingly certain that I was not alone, had never been alone, despite all evidence to the contrary. The evening light slanted through the kitchen window at an angle that illuminated dust motes dancing in the air like tiny spirits. I stood watching their random ballet, remembering the morning's discoveries and wondering what new evidence the night might bring. The second coffee cup still sat on the counter where I had left it, clean and empty and somehow expectant. I reached for it again, my hand moving with the same automatic certainty that had guided me that morning, and found myself wondering if tomorrow I would wake to find both cups used, both bearing the lipstick traces of mouths I couldn't remember feeding. Conversations I couldn't recall having in this kitchen that belonged to me but felt increasingly like someone else's stage, someone else's carefully constructed performance of a life I thought was mine. Equals. Story 7. It was the kind of sound you barely register, yet always expect a comforting whisper of routine in the background of life. The old clock in the hallway would chime twice every hour, a gentle reminder of time's passage. I never thought much of it until yesterday when the second chime dragged, almost like a slurred word. Today there was a pause, a heartbeat before the second chime. I stood by the door, caught by the drawling echo, waiting for what might follow. But the hallway was silent, and the air felt heavier, though nothing else had changed. The nausea comes in waves now, rolling through my stomach like something alive and restless. It started after I noticed the clock, though maybe that's not right. Maybe it started before, creeping into my awareness like water seeping through a crack. The feeling sits behind my ribs, cold and persistent, a weight that shouldn't be there. I keep thinking about her hands. They were always moving, those fingers tapping against surfaces, drumming rhythms only she could hear. The kitchen counter bore tiny indentations from years of her nervous percussion. I can see them now, small crescent moons in the laminate, each one a moment of anxiety made permanent. But when I try to remember her face, it dissolves like smoke, leaving only the sound of fingernails against wood. The house remembers things I've forgotten, footsteps in patterns that no longer make sense. The way certain floorboards would creak under her weight, creating a map of movement I could follow with my eyes closed. She always walked the same path from the kitchen to the back door, avoiding the loose board near the window. I used to think it was habit, but now I wonder if she was avoiding something else entirely. There's a photograph somewhere tucked between the pages of a book I can't quite recall. Her smile looks wrong in it, too wide, too eager. The camera caught something that wasn't meant to be seen, a desperation masquerading as joy. But photographs lie, don't they? They freeze moments that were never meant to be permanent, making truth out of fractured seconds. The basement door was always locked. I accepted this without question, the way you accept the color of the sky or the taste of water. But acceptance isn't understanding, and understanding isn't remembering. The key hung on a hook by the refrigerator, close enough to touch but somehow unreachable. She kept it polished, that small brass thing, rubbing it between her fingers when she thought I wasn't watching. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looks unfamiliar lately, as if the person staring back has access to memories I've lost. The eyes are the same color, the same shape, but they hold knowledge that feels foreign. I splash cold water on my face, and for a moment I see her standing behind me, her mouth moving in words I can't hear. When I turn, there's only the shower curtain, swaying slightly in air that shouldn't be moving. The phone rang that night. I remember the sound cutting through sleep like a blade, sharp and insistent. But when I reached for it, my hand passed through empty air. The ringing continued, growing louder, more urgent, until I realized it was coming from somewhere else entirely. The basement, maybe, or from inside the walls themselves, where sound travels in ways that defy logic. She used to hum while she cooked, melodies that seemed familiar but belonged to no songs I could name. The tune would drift through the house, settling in corners and crevices, becoming part of the architecture itself. Even now, I catch fragments of it in the whistle of wind through gaps in the windows, in the hum of the refrigerator, in the spaces between my own heartbeats. The garden was her sanctuary, or so she claimed. But sanctuaries are meant to provide peace, and there was nothing peaceful about the way she dug. Her movements were frantic, desperate, as if she were racing against something invisible. The soil beneath her fingernails never seemed to wash completely clean, leaving dark crescents that made her hands look wounded. I found myself standing in that garden yesterday, though I don't remember walking there. The earth was disturbed in places, small mounds that could have been made by animals or weather or something else entirely. My shoes were muddy when I came back inside, but I couldn't recall stepping in anything wet. The kitchen floor bore the evidence of my presence in a place I didn't remember visiting. The letters arrived without postmarks, slipped under the door like secrets made tangible. Her handwriting, unmistakable in its careful loops and measured spaces, covered pages with words that made no sense strung together. Apologies mixed with accusations, love letters to someone who might have been me or might have been a stranger. I kept them in a shoebox, but when I looked again, the box was empty except for the lingering scent of her perfume. That clock in the hallway belonged to her grandmother, or so the story went. But stories change in the telling, details shifting like sand in wind. Maybe it was her mother's, or maybe she bought it herself from a shop that no longer exists. The truth feels less important than the weight of its presence, the way it marks moments that might otherwise slip away unnoticed. The police officer had kind eyes, the sort that made you want to confess things you hadn't done. He sat at our kitchen table, his uniform creating sharp angles against the soft curves of the domestic space. His questions came wrapped in gentleness, but underneath lay something harder, more insistent. I answered what I could, but my words felt hollow, like echoes of conversations I'd never actually had. She always locked the bathroom door, even when she was alone in the house. The sound of the bolt sliding home was as regular as breathing, a small ritual of privacy that seemed excessive until it became normal. But normal is just another word for unquestioned, and questions have a way of surfacing when you least expect them. The water in the sink runs red sometimes, just for a moment, just long enough to make me doubt what I'm seeing. Iron in the pipes, the logical mind suggests, but logic feels fragile in a house where clocks forget how to keep time. I let the water run until it clears, watching the color fade like guilt being washed away. Her laughter used to fill the spaces between words, bright and musical and somehow desperate. But laughter can lie as easily as words, maybe more easily. It's harder to question joy than sorrow, harder to examine happiness for cracks and inconsistencies. Now the house holds only the memory of that sound, echoing in rooms that have learned to be quiet. The neighbors asked questions I couldn't answer, their faces arranged in expressions of concern that felt rehearsed. They spoke about her in past tense long before I was ready to hear it, as if they knew something I hadn't yet discovered. Their words hung in the air like smoke, visible but impossible to grasp. I keep finding things in places they shouldn't be. Her reading glasses in the refrigerator, cold and fogged with condensation. A single earring buried in the sugar bowl, sweet crystals clinging to the metal like tears made solid. These discoveries feel like messages, but the code is one I never learned to read. The basement key is missing from its hook. I noticed this morning, or maybe yesterday, or maybe it's been gone for weeks, and I'm only now allowing myself to see the empty space where it used to hang. The absence feels heavier than the presence ever did, a void that demands attention. My dreams have become archaeologies of memory, layers of experience excavated and examined in the darkness behind my eyelids. She appears in them sometimes, always walking away, always just out of reach. I call her name, but in dreams, names have no power, and she continues moving towards something I can't see. The clock has stopped chiming altogether now. The silence where those sounds used to live feels pregnant with possibility, as if the absence of routine has created space for something else to emerge. I stand in the hallway, listening to the quiet, waiting for whatever comes next. The truth sits just beyond the edge of understanding, like a word on the tip of your tongue that refuses to surface. It has weight and shape, but no substance, presence without form. Maybe truth isn't meant to be grasped directly, only approached sideways, through the accumulation of small uncertainties and half-remembered moments. The garden calls to me now, its disturbed earth holding secrets that might be better left buried. But secrets have their own gravity, pulling consciousness toward revelation, whether we're ready or not. My hands remember the weight of the shovel, though I can't recall picking it up. She's still here in the spaces between certainty and doubt, in the pause before the clock's second chime, in the red water that might be rust or might be something else entirely. The house holds her like a photograph holds light, preserving what was while transforming it into something new and strange and possibly untrue. I am still standing by the door, caught in the echo of a sound that may never come again, waiting for an answer to a question I'm afraid to ask. Equals. Story 8. I told them nothing was out of place, just a routine day, everything as it should be. Their pens scribbled, eyes glossed over the room, yet the air held a chill, a damp perfume of wilted flowers and damp earth clung to the walls. The subtle imprint of a soul disturbed the dust on the untouched wooden floor. The sunlight filtering through the lace curtains seemed harsh, slicing the dim room into fragments. I noticed the clock stopped at an hour that hadn't yet come. In the corner, the fabric of the sofa sagged as if it remembered someone. The silence was too complete, broken only by the whispers that didn't come from lips, but my hands kept the imprint of the cold, smooth surface they brushed against. That surface haunts me still, marble perhaps, or polished stone, the kind that holds temperature long after touch withdraws. I find myself running my fingers along countertops now, searching for that exact sensation, that precise density of cold that seemed to pull warmth from my skin like a tide drawing back from shore. The questioning began before I understood there were questions to ask. Not the formal kind with badges and notebooks, but the internal erosion that starts when familiar patterns shift by degrees so subtle you convince yourself you're imagining things. A coffee cup placed differently, a book spine facing the wrong direction, the way afternoon light fell across the kitchen table at an angle that seemed wrong for the season. I keep returning to that morning, though morning feels imprecise. Light existed, filtered and strange, but whether it marked beginning or middle or some other temporal boundary, I cannot say. What I remember is the weight of routine, the comfortable predictability of movement through familiar spaces, until that moment when my hand reached for something and found absence where presence should have been. The investigators wanted timelines, concrete sequences, the neat architecture of cause and effect. But memory doesn't cooperate with such demands. Instead, it offers fragments, the smell of coffee growing cold in an abandoned mug, the sound of footsteps overhead when I thought I was alone, the way certain rooms began to feel smaller, as if the walls had shifted inward by inches. I told myself it was stress, the accumulated weight of small anxieties manifesting as hypervigilance. The mind, after all, is capable of extraordinary self-deception. It can transform shadows into threats, silence into menace, the ordinary friction of daily life into evidence of something sinister lurking just beyond perception's edge. But then there were the photographs. Not the obvious kind that screamed their significance, but the subtle alterations that whisper doubt. A frame tilted slightly askew, an image that seemed different somehow, though I couldn't identify what had changed. The way light caught glass at an angle that revealed fingerprints I didn't remember leaving. I began checking locks compulsively, testing windows, inventorying possessions with the methodical thoroughness of someone preparing for loss. Each circuit through the house revealed nothing concrete, yet something indefinable had shifted. The space felt watched, inhabited by an attention that wasn't mine. Sleep became elusive, not from fear exactly, but from a hyper-awareness that made rest impossible. I would lie in darkness, parsing every sound, every subtle shift in temperature or air pressure. The house seemed to breathe around me, settling into configurations that felt unfamiliar despite decades of habitation. During those suspended hours between waking and sleep, I would replay conversations, searching for hidden meanings in casual exchanges. A neighbor's greeting that lingered too long, a delivery person who seemed to study the interior beyond what their task required, the postal worker who asked questions that felt like reconnaissance disguised as small talk. Perhaps I was becoming paranoid. The word carries such clinical weight, such dismissive finality. But paranoia suggests delusion, and I was never entirely convinced my perceptions were false. Something was different. Something had changed. The challenge lay in distinguishing between genuine alteration and the mind's tendency to impose pattern where none existed. I started keeping notes, documenting anomalies with the dedication of a researcher. The position of furniture, the arrangement of books, the way shadows fell at different hours. What emerged was not evidence of intrusion, but a record of my own growing obsession with cataloging the familiar in hopes of detecting the foreign. The investigators found these notes troubling, I think. They suggested a mind too focused on minutiae, too eager to find significance in the mundane. But they hadn't lived with the gradual accumulation of wrongness, the slow erosion of certainty that comes when the environment you trust begins to feel unreliable. I remember trying to explain the sensation of being watched, the way certain rooms developed an atmosphere of recent occupancy, even when I knew I had been alone for hours. They nodded with professional patience, making their careful annotations, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. How do you document a feeling? How do you prove the absence of something that should have been present, or the presence of something that left no trace? The cold surface returns to me now, that moment when my palm made contact with something that shouldn't have been cold, shouldn't have been there, shouldn't have felt so deliberately placed. It was like touching evidence of intention, proof that someone had been where they didn't belong, had moved through my space with purpose I couldn't fathom. I find myself questioning everything now. The reliability of memory, the accuracy of perception, the difference between intuition and imagination. Was I detecting genuine intrusion or constructing mystery from the ordinary chaos of daily life? The uncertainty has become its own kind of prison, a space where doubt feeds on itself until every sensation becomes suspect. Sometimes I wonder if the investigators were right to look at me with such careful attention. Not because I had done something wrong, but because I had become something unreliable, a narrator whose story shifted with each telling, whose certainty eroded under the weight of too much examination. The room they questioned me in felt sterile, antiseptic, designed to strip away ambiguity and force clarity. But clarity remained elusive. I could describe what I had seen, felt, suspected, but I couldn't prove the connections that seemed so obvious to me. The gap between experience and evidence yawned like a chasm I couldn't bridge with words. Now, in the aftermath of their questions and my inadequate answers, I sit in spaces that feel both familiar and foreign. The house has returned to its usual rhythms, but I remain changed by the experience of doubt. Every surface holds potential for that cold shock of recognition. Every shadow might conceal the evidence I failed to preserve. I told them nothing was out of place, and perhaps that was the most honest thing I could have said. Nothing dramatic, nothing obvious, nothing that would satisfy their need for concrete facts. Just the subtle wrongness that accumulates like dust in corners, the gradual shift that transforms the familiar into something strange. My hands still remember that cold, smooth surface, the way it seemed to draw warmth from my skin like a confession I wasn't ready to make. Even now, touching ordinary objects, I search for that same sensation, that same proof that something had been moved, altered, touched by intentions I couldn't understand. The imprint remains, not on any surface they could dust for prints, but on the skin that remembers what it means to encounter the unexpected in a place where everything should have been exactly as I left it. Equals. Story 9. I told them it was just the wind, that it stirred the leaves, nudged the door, and played with the chimes. They jotted it down, not looking up, but the curtains had danced too deliberately, brushing against the chair in a silent waltz. The air held a weight that pressed against my skin, whispering secrets of the night. The paint on the windowsill had a fresh scratch, as if disturbed by a presence that didn't care to be careful. and the shadows seemed to cling to each corner, defying the light. I didn't mention the faint echo that lingered in the hallway, or the footsteps that shouldn't have been there, but the scent of earth was still in the room. That smell, it comes back to me now, thick and damp like soil after rain. I've been trying to place it for weeks, maybe longer. It doesn't belong indoors, doesn't belong in that space where everything was supposed to be clean and ordered. But there it was, clinging to the air like a memory that refuses to fade. The officer kept writing. I remember the sound of the pen scratching against paper, how it seemed too loud in that quiet room. I wanted to tell him about the way the floorboards felt beneath my feet, how they gave just slightly in places they shouldn't have, how the house seemed to breathe around us while we talked. But I didn't. I kept my hands folded, my voice steady. I told them what they wanted to hear. The curtains, they keep coming back to me, white or maybe cream-colored. They moved with such purpose, like someone was standing just behind them, guiding their motion. I've tried to convince myself it was the heating system, some draft I couldn't feel. But the way they swept across that chair, so gentle, so deliberate. There was a pattern in the fabric, small flowers or maybe leaves. I stared at it while I talked, watching it shift and blur as the material swayed. The officer asked me to repeat something, but I was lost in that movement, in the way the light caught the threads. Could you go over that part again? Which part? The part where I found the door unlocked, the part where the silence felt too heavy, the part where I knew somehow that everything had changed. I told him about checking the rooms, how I called out, expecting an answer that never came. But I didn't tell him about the feeling that followed me from room to room, the sense that I was walking through a space that had been recently occupied by someone who shouldn't have been there. The scratch on the windowsill was fresh. I'm certain of that now, though I wasn't then. The paint was white, and underneath it, the wood showed dark and raw, like a fingernail had scraped against it, or maybe something sharper, something desperate. I touched it while the officer questioned me. Just a quick brush of my fingertip, but I felt the roughness there, the way the wood had splintered. He noticed me doing it and made another note. I pulled my hand back and tried to look composed. The footsteps, I should have mentioned the footsteps. They weren't loud, they weren't the heavy, obvious sounds you'd expect from an intruder. They were soft, careful, like someone who knew exactly where to step to avoid the creaking boards. Someone familiar with the layout, with the weak spots in the floor. I heard them while I was in the kitchen, I think, or maybe it was the living room. The memories blur together now, fold into each other like pages in a wet book. I was standing somewhere, listening to the house settle around me, when I heard that soft percussion of feet on wood. But when I followed the sound, there was nothing, just empty rooms and that smell of earth growing stronger. The officer asked about windows. Were they locked? Had I checked them all? I nodded, but the truth is more complicated. I checked some of them. The ones I could reach, the ones that seemed obvious. But there were others, in places I didn't think to look, spaces I didn't consider. The basement windows, small, set high in the walls. I never thought about those until much later. The chimes outside kept ringing. Even when the air was still, they found ways to sing. Soft, metallic whispers that seemed to comment on our conversation. The officer glanced toward the sound once or twice, but never asked about it. I could have told him how they'd been silent for weeks before that night, how I'd grown used to the quiet, to the absence of their voice. But then they started up again, just as I was discovering the other changes. The chair, the one the curtains kept brushing against, it wasn't where I'd left it, not exactly. It had been moved just slightly, turned at an angle that caught the light differently. The fabric of the seat was compressed as if someone had been sitting there recently. I didn't mention this either. How could I explain that I noticed things like that? That I remember exactly how furniture sits, how shadows fall, how spaces feel when they're truly empty. The officer wouldn't have understood. He was looking for concrete evidence, for signs of forced entry or obvious disturbance. He wasn't interested in the subtle wrongness that permeated everything, the way the house felt like it was keeping secrets. There was dust on the mantelpiece, or rather there wasn't dust where there should have been. Clean spaces in the layer of grime, as if someone had moved objects and then replaced them. Not quite perfectly, but close enough that most people wouldn't notice. I noticed. The shadows bothered me most. They fell wrong, pooled in corners where the light should have reached them. Even with the lamps on, even with the overhead fixture casting its steady glow, darkness seemed to cling to certain spots with unusual persistence. The officer stood in one of those shadow places while he questioned me. I kept losing sight of his face, kept having to squint to make out his expression. He seemed comfortable there, unaware of how the darkness wrapped around him. Is there anything else you think I should know? The question hangs in my memory, suspended like dust in afternoon light. I opened my mouth to answer, then closed it again. How do you explain the feeling that your own home has become foreign, that familiar spaces have shifted just enough to become unsettling? I shook my head, told him I'd covered everything important. But I hadn't told him about the photographs that seemed to watch me differently now, about the way the mirror in the hallway reflected angles that didn't quite match reality, about the soft sound of breathing I thought I heard coming from empty rooms. The scent of earth was strongest near the back door, rich and loamy like a garden after heavy rain, but it was the middle of a dry season and there was no garden there, just concrete steps leading down to a small yard of yellowed grass. I followed that smell through the house while the officer finished his notes. It led me from room to room, growing stronger in some places, fainter in others, like a trail left by someone who'd walked through recently, carrying the outdoors on their clothes and skin. In the bedroom, it was almost overwhelming. I had to open a window, had to let fresh air dilute that heavy, organic presence. The officer asked if I was feeling all right, and I nodded, but my hands were shaking. The bed was made, but not the way I make it. The corners were too sharp, the surface too smooth. Someone had straightened it, but their technique was different from mine, more precise, more military in its execution. I didn't sleep there that night or the next. I couldn't shake the feeling that the sheets held impressions of someone else's form, that the pillow carried the weight of another head. The investigation continued for weeks. Officers came and went, asking variations of the same questions. I gave them consistent answers, stuck to my story about the wind and the chimes and the unlocked door, but each time they left I noticed new things. Small displacements, subtle changes, evidence of a presence that knew how to move through spaces without leaving obvious traces. The curtains still dance when the air is still. The chimes still sing their metallic songs, and that scratch on the windowsill has grown deeper, as if something keeps worrying at the wood, wearing it away bit by bit. I've started keeping lights on throughout the house, not because I'm afraid of the dark, but because shadows behave differently when they're challenged by illumination. They retreat to corners, compress into manageable shapes, become less likely to hide the subtle movements I sometimes glimpse from the corner of my eye. The officer's card sits on my kitchen table. I could call him, could report the ongoing strangeness. But how do you file a complaint about air that feels too thick, about silence that seems to listen back, about the persistent sense that your private spaces have become public, that your solitude has been compromised by someone who knows how to remain invisible? The smell of earth comes and goes now. Some mornings I wake to find it thick in the air, as if someone has been digging nearby during the night. Other days it's barely detectable, just a hint of something organic underlying the usual sense of home. I've started checking the basement more frequently. Those high windows I'd forgotten about, the ones that seemed too small and awkward for anyone to use. But windows can be deceptive, and people can be surprisingly adaptable when they need to be. The glass is clean, too clean, considering how long it's been since I washed it. Someone has been maintaining it, keeping it clear and unobstructed. The locks are intact, but locks can be circumvented by someone with the right tools and sufficient patience. Below those windows, the concrete floor shows no obvious signs of disturbance, but concrete is hard, unforgiving. It doesn't hold impressions the way softer surfaces do. Someone could move across it without leaving traces, could use it as a pathway between the outside world and the more vulnerable spaces above. I've been thinking about the footsteps again, how soft they were, how carefully placed. The sound of someone who knew the house's rhythms, who understood which boards would betray their presence and which would remain silent. The pattern of those steps haunts me, not random wandering, but purposeful movement from room to room, as if someone was conducting a survey, taking inventory, familiarizing themselves with the layout and contents. Or maybe they were already familiar. Maybe those careful footsteps belonged to someone who'd walked those paths before, who knew exactly where they were going and what they hoped to find there. The chair has moved again, just slightly, but enough that I notice. It faces a different direction now, angled toward the window instead of away from it, as if someone prefers to sit where they can watch the outside world, where they can monitor approaches and departures. The cushion holds an impression, faint but persistent, the shape of someone who sits very still for long periods, who knows how to occupy space without disturbing it unnecessarily. Someone patient, observant, comfortable with waiting. I've started varying my routines, coming home at different times, taking different routes, changing my patterns in ways that might confuse someone who's been studying my habits. But the subtle signs of intrusion continue, adapt to my adaptations. The photographs on the mantelpiece have been repositioned, not obviously, but enough that their angles have changed, their perspectives shifted. Someone has been looking at them, handling them, perhaps trying to understand the relationships and histories they represent. My face looks different in those images now. Not because the pictures have changed, but because I see them through eyes that know they've been examined by a stranger. My smile seems forced, my pose artificial, as if I'm performing happiness for an audience I didn't know I had. The mirror in the hallway reflects truthfully during the day, but in certain light, at certain angles, it seems to show depths that don't exist. Spaces behind spaces, rooms beyond rooms. I've learned not to look too closely, not to trust what I think I see in its surface. Sometimes I catch movement there, quick, peripheral, gone before I can focus on it. The reflection of someone who knows how to stay just out of direct sight, who understands the blind spots and visual tricks that allow them to remain hidden. The officer's questions echo in my memory, but they seem inadequate now. He asked about obvious things, surface disturbances, the kind of evidence that announces itself clearly. He didn't ask about the subtle wrongness that permeates everything, the feeling that familiar spaces have been contaminated by an unwelcome presence. I should call him, should report the ongoing strangeness, the accumulating evidence of someone who knows how to move through my life without leaving obvious traces. But what would I say? That my chair has moved, that my photographs have been touched, that the air sometimes smells like earth. He'd write it down just like before, but he wouldn't understand the significance, wouldn't grasp how these small violations add up to something larger and more disturbing. The chimes outside have developed a new rhythm, not random anymore, but patterned, almost musical, as if someone has learned to play them, to coax specific sounds from their metal surfaces. The melodies they produce are almost familiar, like half-remembered songs from childhood. I listen to them now instead of trying to ignore them. They seem to comment on my activities, to respond to my movements through the house. When I'm in the kitchen, they play one tune. When I'm in the bedroom, another, as if they're narrating my daily routines for an audience I can't see. The basement has become my least favorite part of the house. Not because anything obvious has changed there, but because the feeling of intrusion is strongest in that underground space. The air moves differently, carries sounds and scents that don't belong. I've found myself avoiding it, postponing trips downstairs, finding excuses to stay in the upper rooms where light enters naturally and shadows behave predictably. But avoidance feels like surrender, like allowing someone else to claim territory that should be mine. The scratch on the windowsill has companions now, other marks equally fresh scattered across different surfaces, not random damage but deliberate scoring, as if someone is keeping track of something, counting days perhaps, or marking accomplishments. I trace these marks with my fingertip, trying to understand their pattern. They're too purposeful to be accidental, too systematic to be casual vandalism. Someone is using my house as a canvas, recording information in a code I can't decipher. The curtains continue their deliberate dance. Even when the air is perfectly still, they find ways to move, to brush against furniture and walls with that same gentle persistence. I've checked for drafts, for air currents, for any mechanical explanation, but the movement seems to come from within the fabric itself, as if it's animated by an invisible presence. Sometimes I think I see shapes in those moving curtains, the outline of a figure, the suggestion of a face, but when I look directly, there's nothing there except white fabric swaying in air that should be motionless. The smell of earth has become a constant companion, not overwhelming, but always present, underlying every other scent in the house. It's strongest in places where I spend the most time, as if someone is deliberately marking the spaces I inhabit. I've started sleeping with the windows open, hoping fresh air will dilute that organic presence, but it persists, seems to regenerate itself overnight. By morning, it's as strong as ever, a reminder that my private spaces have been claimed by someone who prefers to remain invisible. The footsteps have become more frequent, not louder but more regular, as if someone has grown more comfortable with their presence here. They move through the house with increasing confidence, following patterns I'm beginning to recognize. Kitchen to living room to hallway, hallway to bedroom, always the same route, always the same careful placement of feet on floors that know how to keep secrets. I've tried to follow those sounds, to catch their source in the act of movement, but they always stay just ahead of me, just out of sight, like an echo that refuses to reveal its origin. The house feels smaller now, not physically but psychologically, as if the presence of another consciousness has compressed the available space, made the rooms feel crowded even when they appear empty. I find myself moving more carefully, speaking more quietly, as if trying not to disturb someone who might be listening. This is how it ends, I think, not with confrontation or revelation, but with gradual accommodation. With the slow acceptance that solitude is an illusion, that privacy is a luxury I can no longer afford. The officer's card still sits on my kitchen table, but the questions it represents seem irrelevant now. He wanted to know about that one night, about the specific incident that brought him to my door. He couldn't have understood that it wasn't an incident at all, but the beginning of something ongoing. The curtains brush against the chair again, that same gentle, purposeful movement. The chimes sing their patterned songs. The smell of earth rises from surfaces that should carry only the scent of cleaning products and familiar use. And somewhere in the spaces between what I can see and what I can prove, someone continues their patient observation, their careful cataloging of my routines and reactions. Someone who knows that the most effective intrusions are the ones that remain just below the threshold of certainty, that hover in the realm of possibility without ever quite crossing into fact. I told them it was just the wind, but the wind doesn't leave scratches on windowsills, doesn't rearrange furniture with such subtle precision, doesn't carry the smell of earth into spaces that should remain untouched by the outside world. The wind doesn't know how to wait. Equals. Story 10. The faucet dripped in hesitant intervals, echoing softer than a whisper, each drop landing before its sound reached my ears. As I poured coffee, the mug felt unusually warm, as if borrowed from another moment. The clock on the wall ticked in peculiar unison, yet my wristwatch disagreed by a beat, charting a time of its own. Shadows stretched across the floor, not with the sun, but against it, their lengths refusing to align with their hosts. When I flicked the switch, the light chose to flicker thrice, pausing in the darkness between. Yesterday's headlines lay folded on the table, but the date was wrong. I was sure I'd read it before. It said tomorrow. The newspaper's edges were crisp, too crisp for something that should have been handled. The fold lines cut perfect angles, as if pressed by mechanical hands rather than fingers that had turned pages in search of understanding. The headline spoke of a missing person, someone who had vanished from their home without explanation. The photograph beneath showed a face I almost recognized, features that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. I found myself returning to that image throughout the morning, each glance revealing something different in the eyes, the mouth, the way shadows fell across the cheekbones. The coffee grew cold while I studied that face. Steam had risen from the mug in lazy spirals, carrying with it the bitter aroma that usually brought comfort. But this morning the smell seemed wrong, too sharp, as if the beans had been ground with something else mixed in. The liquid itself appeared darker than usual, almost black, and when I finally lifted it to my lips, the taste carried undertones I couldn't identify. Something metallic, something that made my tongue feel numb at the edges. My reflection in the kitchen window looked back with eyes that seemed too wide, too alert for someone who claimed to have just woken up. The face staring back appeared rested, despite my memory of a restless night filled with sounds I couldn't place. My hair lay perfectly in place, my clothes unwrinkled, as if I had been prepared by someone else's hands. Behind my reflection, the yard stretched out in impossible detail, every blade of grass visible despite the early hour's dim light. The telephone sat silent on the counter, its red message light blinking in a rhythm that didn't match any pattern I knew. The display showed 3 missed calls, all from the same number, all received during hours when I was certain I had been awake and listening. I pressed play, but the messages contained only breathing, measured and deliberate, as if someone were testing whether the machine still worked. The breathing sounded familiar, like my own when I concentrate on staying calm. Upstairs, the bed appeared slept in, sheets twisted and pillows displaced, yet I had no memory of climbing those stairs or pulling back those covers. The impression left in the mattress seemed too deep for my weight alone, as if someone else had shared the space. The pillowcase held a scent I couldn't place, something floral but artificial, like the perfume samples that come in magazines. When I smoothed the sheets, my hands found them still warm. The bathroom mirror reflected a face that matched my own, but the medicine cabinet behind it had been rearranged. Bottles stood in different positions, labels turned at angles that felt deliberate. The prescription bottles bore my name, but the dates seemed wrong, some filled weeks into the future, others expired months ago yet still full. The pills inside rattled with different sounds, some hollow, some dense, as if their contents had been altered. Photographs lined the hallway, familiar faces frozen in moments I should remember but couldn't quite place. In each frame I appeared alongside people whose names hovered just beyond recall. We smiled together at celebrations I couldn't identify, stood before landmarks that looked almost real but somehow artificial, like movie sets designed to suggest places rather than capture them. In every image, my expression seemed slightly off, as if I were acting the part of myself. The living room felt larger than it should, furniture positioned with mathematical precision rather than comfort. The sofa faced away from the television toward a wall that held nothing but shadows. Books on the shelves were arranged by height rather than subject, their spines creating a perfect gradient that hurt to look at directly. The titles seemed to shift when I wasn't focusing, words rearranging themselves into meanings I almost understood. A journal lay open on the coffee table, filled with handwriting that resembled mine but felt foreign. The entries described days I couldn't remember, conversations with people whose faces remained blank in my mind. The pen beside it still held ink on its tip, as if someone had been writing moments before I entered. The words on the page spoke of plans, of preparations, of someone who needed to be found before they could disappear completely. The basement door stood slightly ajar, though I always kept it locked. Cool air drifted up from below, carrying scents of earth and something else, something that made my stomach tight. The wooden steps creaked in a familiar pattern as I descended, each sound triggering memories that felt borrowed from someone else's experience. Below, cardboard boxes lined the walls in perfect rows, each labeled with dates that spanned years I couldn't account for. Inside the boxes, I found pieces of a life that might have been mine. Clothing in my size but styles I wouldn't choose, photographs of places I'd never been with people I'd never met, documents bearing my signature but describing events I couldn't recall. Each item felt significant yet meaningless, like props in a play whose plot I'd forgotten. The boxes themselves smelled of storage and time, but underneath lay something fresher, something that suggested recent disturbance. The garden outside the basement window showed signs of recent digging. The soil lay in neat piles beside rectangular depressions that were too uniform to be natural. Garden tools leaned against the shed, their metal surfaces clean despite the obvious use. My hands, when I examined them, showed no dirt under the nails, no calluses from gripping handles, yet the memory of digging felt as real as the ache in my back that I'd attributed to sleeping wrong. Back upstairs, the telephone was ringing. The sound cut through the house with unusual clarity, each ring lasting longer than it should. When I answered, silence greeted me, but not empty silence, the kind filled with presence, with someone listening as intently as I was. After several seconds, a voice spoke my name, but it sounded like my own voice calling to me from somewhere distant. The line went dead before I could respond. The newspaper had moved while I was downstairs. The missing person article now faced a different direction, and the photograph seemed clearer, more defined. The features I'd struggled to recognize earlier now appeared familiar in a way that made my chest tight. The description beneath the image matched details I knew about myself, but the timeline was wrong. The person had been missing for weeks, but I was here, reading about it, trying to understand why someone would report me gone. Evening approached, though I had no memory of the day passing. The shadows in the kitchen had shifted, but not in ways that followed the sun's path. They fell at angles that suggested different light sources, multiple suns casting overlapping darkness. The faucet continued its irregular dripping, each drop landing in a sink that never seemed to fill. The sound had become a metronome for thoughts I couldn't quite form, keeping time for a song I'd forgotten how to sing. The warm mug in my hands had grown cold, then warm again, cycling through temperatures that defied the laws I thought I understood. The coffee inside swirled without being stirred, patterns forming and dissolving like thoughts trying to surface in a mind that wouldn't quite let them through. The taste had changed again, now carrying hints of something medicinal, something designed to help or harm, I couldn't tell which. My reflection in the window had changed position, though I hadn't moved. It stood slightly to the left now, head tilted at an angle mine wasn't, eyes focused on something behind me that I couldn't see when I turned. The yard beyond looked different too, the recently disturbed soil now smooth and undisturbed, as if the digging had been undone or had never happened at all. The clock on the wall and my wristwatch had found agreement, both ticking in perfect synchronization now, but the time they showed corresponded to no moment I could place in any day I remembered living. The light switch responded normally when I tested it, illuminating the room without hesitation or flicker, yet the quality of the light felt wrong, too bright or too dim, casting shadows that belonged to different objects than the ones that created them. The newspaper lay exactly where I'd left it, but the headline had changed. Now it spoke of someone found rather than lost, discovered in their own home after weeks of searching elsewhere. The photograph showed the same face, but peaceful now, eyes closed as if sleeping. The article described the discovery in terms that made it sound like a relief, a mystery solved, a person returned to where they belonged. But the date still read tomorrow, and my hand still trembled as I tried to understand why reading about my own discovery felt less like an ending than a beginning I couldn't remember choosing. Equals.